Good morning, bonjour. Welcome to the second day of the workshops organized by the Union of the Mediterranean and the Open University of Catalonia, the UOC. My name is Pastora Martí de Samper, and I'm Commissioner for International Action at the UOC. In this first session in the morning today, together with my colleague Deborah Arnold, we are going to explore how to include in a university all those learning models, the frameworks, competencies that my colleagues provide you yesterday. But then this is just the first session. Then we will have a 30-minute break. A second session will come on quality and in higher education by Nati Cabrera and Maite Fernandez. And then we will have the final remarks of these 4 sessions by Lourdes Guardia and Marcelo Maina. Before starting the content of this first session today, let me remember that at the end of our presentations, there will be a space for questions and answers. So please don't hesitate, don't be shy, raise your questions in the chat, and we will try to answer them all at the end of this session. And also as a reminder, the webinars will be shared with all the registered participants, and also maybe the most interesting part is that we are producing a guidebook summarizing all the sessions and also including all the concepts, the references, the takeaways, and some recommendations for you all. So you will be provided with this guidebook as well. And now we enter in the presentation and the session this morning. Let me explain you briefly the outline of the session today. So yesterday in the 2 sessions you follow, we went through the perspective of the teacher and the learner. And both sessions explained very well the different models of education mediated through technology, and also useful frameworks and for e-learning, and even new technologies like AI embedded and integrated in education. And how can we use these technologies to support and reinforce both learners, teachers, but also the learning pathways. Today, in this first session in the morning, we are going to focus our discussion in the institution's perspective, stressing out the importance of the strategy and also the leadership within an organization that wants to include those technologies into their educational models and also in a systematic way in their daily life. Because something that is really important is that digital education of higher education is not just about learner and teachers. It is for sure about them, but also about the whole university and concerns all the staffs, also higher level leadership, but also administration staff. So when addressing the digital transformation of a higher education institution, strategic leadership, institutional change management, and the implementation of processes are key elements. And that's why in this session, we will go through the strategic relevance of digital transformation in the future competitiveness of higher education. We will also go briefly into the current trends of digital education, digital transformation, in higher education. Also, we will go deeper into the role of senior leadership as a critical element for a successful transition. And finally, we will explore some barriers and enablers in digital transformation and identify them for you. So let's go to the strategic relevance of the digital transformation and higher education. And let me start with this report by the UNESCO published last year that although it is focused on primary and secondary education, we brought it here to point out what technology means when talking about education. Technology is an input. We should ensure the provision, the operation, the maintenance of technology infrastructure in education, computers, internet connectivity, even electricity sometimes. So this is very important to have it in mind. Also, technology means a means of delivery and a skill, as already was explained yesterday by my colleagues, and will be also addressed later on. But it is also a planning control tool to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of management. For instance, collecting information on student behavior and also outcomes. And also it provides a social and cultural context because technology affects all spheres of our life, expanding opportunities for connection and also for access to information, but also providing some risks to safety or privacy, sometimes equality, that should be taken into account when going through this digital transformation. And having this in mind, and to understand the strategic relevance of digital transformation in higher education, we also need to look at the wider context in which the university operates. And here is a nice scheme adapted from Olcott and colleagues, published last year, that frame this context, this wider context, in terms of global megatrends, also the evolution of the specific higher education institution and landscape characteristics, and also how the fourth industrial revolution is affecting everything. So with the global megatrends here are included, but not limited to war, recession, emergency, crisis, or climate change, migration, also pandemics, and even these cuts in the public funding. And for this, the higher education also needs to introduce pedagogies when addressing questions to access, equality, equity, and inclusion. And in that sense, in countries where the traditional degrees, bachelor degrees, are 3, 5, 4 years long. Also, a significant investment beyond the budget of many students are provided. So the attractivity, for instance, of short courses, micro-credentials, for instance, are also to be considered in all this strategy. And here it's important also to take into account. And this is connected with the right side of the slide, with this fourth industrial revolution and the developments associated to it, where major technological changes also requires a constant reskilling, upskilling, and also reinforcing this idea of lifelong learning. So here, the middle, we as universities, we face some opportunities, major opportunities also to reach out new categories of learners, also to position ourselves strategically, but also we have some needs there, and we should think about the professional development of both academic and professional staff, because this is key, and also the development of the leadership capacity through the institution. And this needs to brings our higher education institutions to embrace the potential of digital technologies, but also being pretty much aware of the risk that are involved. So if we go first to the student's perspective, we know that digital education can contribute to improve the student engagement because it can offer an increased flexibility, especially to those that were not those traditional students, university students. This vision of the traditional student being in the early 20s, attending on campus full-time, is becoming more and more diffuse when diversifying the students' population. So here, there's at least the potential to broaden the student body and to include some other non-traditional students at the university, including people that are working while students, so part-time students in that sense, or people living abroad and students at our university, for sure lifelong learners that are also more adults. Let's say that these young learners we have in traditional universities, people with disabilities, also people living in rural areas or cities without a university there, and people that want to include all the perspectives in the education. But in addition to this, we as universities and higher education institutions have the responsibility to also to prepare students in this digital society, digital economy. And this is important to provide them the digital skills, but not just digital skills or specialist profession as computer programming or even artificial intelligence we were talking about yesterday, but also include the digital, the information, the media, even the AI literacy, because it's very important for them to be aware of all the implications that this increasing technology-driven society has for us. This is for the student's perspective, but then if we go to the institution perspective, this digital education transformation can brought us to a strategic positioning, and it's very important not to rush into the digital transition of our universities. We have without having a clear idea of the purpose, the identity of the university we want to have, even the values, and without knowing enough about what digital technologies, potential risk and also opportunities they brought us. So integrating this digital transformation into the strategy of the university and the strategic plans can bring us operational efficiencies to open up new opportunities, but also we should be pretty much aware also of the risk of these digital technologies. And let me share here these guidelines published by the European Commission on the ethical guidelines of, for instance, artificial intelligence when in education. No? So there are many more studies provided referring to these potentials of digital education, but also the risk of the technologies to be pretty much aware. And an important last point in this aspect that should be, and we will, I think we will come out later on with this, is this idea of a whole institutional approach in order to make a successful digital transition in our institutions. This idea of the whole institution making the transformation in order to be more digital and not just a few teachers there. So in this context, having the broad picture of where we are at and what's going on, we wanted also to share with you the current trends of digital transformation. And let me start and share with you this survey that the International Association of Universities, the EAU, produced and collected before the corona pandemic. It's a very interesting study that you have here, the reference, because it was conducting, as I said, in the last, previous to the corona, so by the end of 2018 and at the beginning of 2019 and published then. But it collected more than 1,000 answers from institutions from more than 120 countries around the world. So it's a global study. They're very interesting to compare with. If we go into the national context first, before entering into the institutional perspective, what it could be shown at that time is that digital transformation of higher education was already in many national regulatory policies and also in some financial frameworks of these national higher education systems. As you can see here in the draft, all the answers are distributed in the 5 continents, and here, well, 5 regions or continents. But here you can say that you can see that there were many countries already worried about this digital transformation in higher education, both at a regulatory perspective and putting some budget here. And in fact, when going to this support that the national policies were given to the system, what you can see that there was, yes, some support from these national regulatory bodies and regulatory funders that were providing to the universities in order to push for a digital transition at the universities. But also when describing what was the national internet infrastructure there, you can see here the differences between the regions. And some of them said, like in Europe, for instance, that the internet infrastructure was pretty much very satisfactory or good enough. But then when you compare it to Africa, it was the most answered question was that it was good enough in big cities, but poor in rural areas. So there's a inhomogeneous disparity of this infrastructure key and essential in order to make this digital transition at the higher education work. But when asking them about this importance given to digital transformation, again, at the national level, you can see that everywhere in the globe, there was a high priority, even previous to the corona crisis, to digital transformation in higher education systems. And now I take into account all this context, the national context, and asking the institutions what was going on at the institutional level. Again, there was a very well, the most common answers displayed here was that there was an institutional strategy with a clear vision in some of the institutions. Depending on the regions, for instance, it was mostly 50% of those institutions said that there were a clear vision in the digital transformation previous to the corona in Europe. But when looking into Africa, for instance, this answer of the clear vision of what digital transformation means at the institutional level, it was around 34%. Yeah, so big numbers concerning the context we have previous to the pandemic. Maybe the most interesting is what that faculties and departments were answering, that they were thinking about this digital transition probably more than the institutional level, and this is something to discuss. But everywhere, what we can see is that the institutions were already thinking about introducing digital transformation at the universities. But the approach was different in the different institutions also across the globe. For one of those were taking the technology as to do the same thing they were doing. These were the last answers, but most of them were thinking of introducing technology in order to do different things and to plan to do differently. But there were some problems with the funding, and here you can see again the big numbers in this third answer of the planning was there, but not the fundings in Africa, for instance, compared to the planning and this high response of 63% in Latin America and the Caribbean. And when talking about the infrastructure at the institutional level, the high level of priority of the digital infrastructure was already there in all the institutions that answered this survey globally, in very similar in the regions. There are no disparities here. But the budget that was allocated to this digital transition was depending on the institutions around less than 10% or between 10 and 90% in the several institutions. So that was for the previous to the corona outbreak. Then the corona came, and most of the universities, also the schools, were locked down and changed to this emergency remote teaching, most of them in those months of crisis. So there's this interesting survey that the Association of Commonwealth Universities, so the universities related to the Commonwealth, so the English-speaking universities, let's say, produced in 2020, just during the COVID. And with this survey, they produced these recommendations for universities that were listed here. So in order to produce to generate a successful digital transition, we as universities should provide the financial and technical support to improve access to data, access to devices, access to the internet connections, also to develop targeted policies to address the digital divide within universities, the importance of mainstreaming the digital transformation, as we were mentioning before, and also to recognize the ability to move research activities online that varies considerably according to the discipline and putting research in particular areas at risk. And these recommendations were produced because although most of the institutions and the countries said that the digital transformation was already a priority during the COVID crisis, what we saw during the pandemic was that probably we were not that prepared that we were saying in the surveys before. Unfortunately, we don't have global surveys for the moment of what's going on today, although the EIU, the International Association of Universities, launched a global survey similar to the one I showed you previously these previous months. So they will publish the results hopefully at the beginning of next year. But here you will have, and again, I'm referring to this report from the UNESCO, again, referring to primary and secondary school, but maybe we can take some takeaways here from the results that they were collecting. last year is that this idea that the fast pace of changing the technology is putting some strain on education systems to adapt. And that's why, again, strategy, institutional strategy and leadership is key. And this is why now I will give the floor to my colleague, Deborah Arnold, in order to go through this strategic role of the senior leadership in this digital transition. But first, to giving you the floor, Deborah, let me introduce you to our viewers and public today. So Deborah has over 3 decades of experience in the field of education and training in Europe, in teaching, in management, and in governance roles. In fact, she obtained her PhD from the UOC some years ago, and her research focused on digital education leadership in higher education. Deborah is currently sector consulting manager at NTT Data, collaborating a lot with the European Commission, former vice president of EDEN, and member of several editorial boards. So she's really an expert in this digital education leadership in higher education. And I will give the floor to her to continue this session. Thank you very much, Deborah.
Thank you very much, Pastora, and thank you as well for setting the scene with the context, and then now we can look into the more specific question of the role of senior leadership. I'm just making sure that I'm in control of everything. Okay, so talking about the role of senior leadership, one of the most important things is to think about what we mean when we say leadership. There's very often a focus on the individual, often linked to the formal role of this person, so the hierarchy within a university, and so that's when we talk about the individual leader. But in the research, we can also see that when we talk about leadership, that it's more than just the work of a single person, and that leadership has this collective understanding, so a collective focus, and also a focus on the processes at work within any institution. And one of the most common definitions of leadership is that it's a social influence process to guide a group of people towards achieving a common goal. So these are some of the things that we need to keep in mind when we're looking at the role of senior leadership, and constantly asking ourselves, what is our perception of leadership as leaders ourselves, but how is leadership perceived as well within the institution? And this links back to what Pastora said earlier about the culture, the values, and the identity of a particular university. Some leadership models will work better in different contexts, and so it's partly the role of the senior leadership to tap into that, to know the culture of the institution very well, but also to think about what might need to be changed to support digital transformation, and we're going to look into that in more detail later. Also, this question of having a common goal. How do we ensure that the goal is shared and understood by everybody who needs to work towards reaching it? So just a couple of things to keep in mind here. So when we're talking about, first of all, vision making and strategy, so what I'm going to do is talk you through the role of senior leadership through different angles. The first one here is vision making and strategy. And this is a reference to the Alcott et al. Publication that Pastora mentioned earlier, Leadership 2030, Renewed Visions and Empowered Choices for European University Leaders. This publication, although it particularly targets the European context, because it looks at those global megatrends, the impact of the fourth industrial revolution, it will be relevant whichever region of the world you're in. So this is looking deeply, as I said just now, into our identity as a university. Are we an open university like UOC with a very, very diverse global population of students? Are we a traditional research-intensive university where we have to maintain our rankings internationally, but we still have to focus on teaching and learning, of course, and supporting that? Are we a widening participation university, supporting a local community? Again, that's really a starting point for any vision making and strategic thinking that goes on within universities. And linked to that, what is our role and purpose in the digital age? Again, Pastora mentioned earlier the different ways in which we need to support students developing those high-level digital skills so that our graduates can contribute to the digital economy, but also ensuring those questions of access and equity. Again, each university is going to have its own particular vision linked to its identity, linked to its values, and then connected to all that, really defining a vision for digital education linked to the strategy for the institution. There are several examples of very, very close alignment that we can find. I have an example of a university which did define itself as a widening participation institution, and who actually had the unique opportunity to build a new campus, and they built it based on a pedagogical model. So you had everything that was in place to support their vision for increasing access, increasing participation, all aligned with their strategy, overall institutional strategy, and the specific plans for digital education. And again, as Pastor highlighted, we cannot ignore the internal and external factors, what we call drivers or enablers and barriers, and we'll come back to those at the end of this session. Okay, in Pastora's presentation, there was also a talk, reference to the funding at national level, but also at institutional level. So when we talk about resources and sustainability, and for me and from the research that I've done, these two really, really go together. Sustainability is often framed in terms of the triple bottom line of sustainability, where you need to think about the financial aspects or the financial impact of any technology choices you make, the impact on the planet, and this is becoming more and more important, especially as we see the impact of these new technologies or fast-growing technologies such as artificial intelligence, and the massive amounts of energy and water that are needed to maintain the data centers and the computer clusters that run these systems. So the financial sustainability, the environmental sustainability, and the impact on human beings. So this is where issues of ethics and equity again come in very, very strong when we're talking about sustainability. Might not be very clear, but we will have the references for you. This is a very, very nice paper by a colleague, Neil Selwyn, EdTech Within Limits, anticipating educational technology in times of environmental crisis. And what we're seeing now as well is that more and more, but still not enough, there are moves to integrate the environmental impact of technology, the carbon footprint of our digital education initiatives into reporting. We're starting to see business models that take into account this factor as well, and also requirements from national accreditation and quality assurance agencies who are requiring reporting on this factor. And of course, again, not forgetting those very, very important ethical issues of, for example, if we decide to integrate online proctoring, online proctored exams into our digital education offer, how does that impact certain learners who might have difficulty using the systems, who might be flagged falsely for cheating and so on, which again circles us back to the very way we see digital education, and maybe the ethical impact, the human impact of such choices might cause us to then rethink the way we do teaching and learning and the very way we do assessment. That's from the really looking into back into the pedagogy. And then other issues that are related to resources and sustainability are the infrastructure. Again, do we have the sufficient infrastructure within our institution, within our country, within our region? Is the infrastructure up to scratch in terms of what we want to do, or do we need to be perhaps more modest in the short term, but also look ahead to later developments that will enable us to really achieve those goals? And again, at an institutional level, in terms of scalability, there are several examples of where very, very nice initiatives have been taken at faculty level, at department level, but for technical reasons, for financial reasons, for human resources reasons, they cannot be scaled out across the institution. Maybe there's a case for keeping them as isolated initiatives. Maybe there's a strategic case for supporting what can be called seed initiatives, pilot projects, and then do a full review to test whether they can actually be scaled up across the institution. That's obviously looking towards mainstreaming certain activities. Also, we need to think about how agile we are as an organization. As we saw with the COVID-19 pandemic, it's very difficult to switch from one day to the next to a completely different way of doing things. And I think if we looked at what happened, although from some of the specialists in online education, there was some criticism of, or quite a lot of criticism, in fact, of the pedagogical models that were put in place that were called emergency remote teaching. In fact, when you look at how many institutions got online, were able to continue their activity through this emergency remote teaching, we can see that there was a certain amount of agility there. But then again, if you look at universities who already had a clear vision for digital education, who already had the appropriate pedagogical models in place and the technology, these institutions were able to continue with much more active learning online because they'd already thought about how that could be integrated into their teaching and learning practices. So this is something to keep in mind, organizational agility, how quickly can we respond to exchanges to changes in the external environment, and how are we organized around that. Okay, so coming back to the human aspects of digital transformation, and again the role of senior leadership, questions that need to be asked. And this is a very, very lovely publication, international publication from colleagues. It's an open access book as well. So Laura Chanovich and Catherine Cronin, Higher Education for Good. And when we're looking at the ethical aspects of digital transformation within the higher education context, I think this is a must-read for anybody who is in a senior leadership position looking to take higher education forward in the coming years. So within the institution, as I said earlier, thinking very, very deeply about how leadership is perceived within the institution. What is our culture? What is the leadership culture? Is it top down? Is it very distributed? Is it very collegial, collaborative? And how does that fit what we want to do? Knowing enough about the different models of leadership. So this question of top-down leadership, which for many contemporary researchers is more aligned with our vision of management than it is leadership. We hear a lot about distributed leadership in the higher education space, which many people find very, very attractive. Because of this collegial nature of our institutions. But when you look deeper at how distributed leadership actually works, it's often very, very, let's say, effective on a project basis, where you give responsibility, you delegate to particular projects. But when that project finishes, everybody goes back to the original way of working. So there's more and more consensus now that if you want distributed leadership to work, then it has to be understood by senior leadership, and it has to be supported by senior leadership. So the people in these more distributed roles need to be, their leadership needs to be fully recognized. Something that comes up very frequently here is the role of learning and teaching centres. And again, Laura Chanovich, co-editor of Higher Education for Good, has a very lovely paper out as well about the changing role of centres for teaching and learning. And so thinking about the position of these within the institution and the recognition of the professionals who work there. And so this is linked to the point about talent alignment. Have we got the right people in the right place? And how much freedom do we have as an institution to recruit the right people to the right roles? In some very, very centralized countries, such as France, where I live and work, there's growing freedom for universities to recruit the talent that they need, but especially on what we call the professional side of house, so the staff working in those learning and teaching centres, or as learning designers, educational developers, learning technologists. Their career paths are defined on a very strict national scale. And we also know that the salaries in higher education are not necessarily as attractive as in the private sector. So there are many, many challenges within higher education in terms of attracting talent. But what do we then do? What incentives do we give the people that we have to change? And how can we support their own development? And then another human factor really at the center of digital transformation is this question of trust. And when we're looking at it from a senior leadership perspective, we need to think about trust in the leadership. We need to think about fostering trust within the institution among staff and between staff and students. And then the third angle of trust is the trust in the technology. How far do we trust the use of artificial intelligence? How do we trust the surveillance aspect of proctoring and other forms of technology use? So this question of trust is really central when we're looking at the human factors from a senior leadership perspective. Just earlier, we mentioned organizational agility. Here we look into the question of organizational dynamics, so the dynamics within the institution. And again, as I mentioned earlier, looking at the role of those different professional staff members, including here as well the IT staff who are indispensable for keeping the systems running, the learning technology staff, the educational development, the faculties and the governance. How do we get, as senior leaders, how do we get these different categories of staff and different units working across the traditional boundaries? Breaking down silos is something that is very frequently mentioned as a need for successful digital transformation. And then coming back to fostering shared understanding. And it's really only by bringing these different people together, working across the boundaries, that we can reach a shared understanding and then reach the shared vision that, again, is the responsibility of the senior leadership, taking this group of people on the journey towards a common goal. And people will necessarily have different perspectives, different priorities, but it's important to get as close as possible to this shared understanding and shared vision. And one way to do this is also to look very, very closely at the question of leadership development. And again, in the research, we look at this from the two perspectives, from the individual perspective and from the organizational perspective. So leadership development, again, is understood as individual leader development. What do I do as a leader to develop my own leadership capacities, competences, skills? What kind of training do I follow? Do I engage in coaching? Do I get feedback from peers, feedback from people that I work with within the institution? So that's on the individual level. But on the collective level, again, from the senior leadership perspective, what do we do to facilitate leadership development of others? How do we support the next generation of leaders within our institution? So this is what opportunities do we give our learning technology staff, our educational developers? What about leadership development within faculties? There's another branch of leadership research which is all about academic leadership, and what some of us are trying to do is to bring together digital education leadership and academic leadership, so that because we're talking about digital education, so that the whole questions of learning and teaching with technology are framed within this whole idea of leadership. And then the third angle in terms of leadership development is understanding it as increasing the leadership capacity of the institution. So focusing on people, but also focusing on the way the structures are organized. Also thinking about the role of students in this process. How much do we bring students into the decision-making process? Is it relevant for us? And then circling back again to our identity and our vision as a university. Okay, so I think now we move on to some of the barriers and enablers, which we're going to look at in more detail before we go into the question and answer session. So what we have here is a selection of barriers which may be familiar to those of you joining from African universities. Adoption rates of technology, challenges related to implementation, challenges related to the lack of technological infrastructure that we've referred to before. However, on the enablers side, there are very, very interesting cases of pedagogical innovations. We can also really mobilize all the initiatives around faculty development, bringing the students in, as I mentioned earlier, and framing all of this in terms of institutional strategies. And again, in the research, there's now a real argument for taking us away from what we call the deficit approaches of problem solving, overcoming the barriers, but looking to the enablers and looking at how we can mobilize these to help us drive digital transformation forward. This is a very interesting report as well from the DigiAG project, which summarizes the enablers and barriers slightly differently, although we're beginning to see some trends here. Proactive participation of staff and students as among the enablers. Again, professional development and training, we can never stress that enough as being important enablers. Again, the strategic approach, and of course, not forgetting the necessary equipment in the necessary investment, in equipment and infrastructure. And again, not forgetting that important sustainability factor of scalability there. Among the barriers, this report identifies still as lack of staff resources, a lack of external funding opportunities. However, many programs there are, often on a project basis. I think we need to start looking for, again, sustainable funding to avoid the case where very interesting niche projects produce exciting and interesting results, but once the project funding has gone, then these different initiatives are not really mainstreamed back into the institutional offering and practices. Difficulties to devise a concerted institutional approach. I think if we match that back to the enabler of proactive participation of staff and students, that is one way to start overcoming that particular barrier. And then a lack of staff motivation. We know from the ground, and we know from the research that higher education staff around the world are in a state of intense fatigue, increasing demands on time, even with technology coming into that equation, making even more demands on time. There's talk that we're still in the aftermath of what was the very, very traumatic experience of the pandemic. And we can't forget, obviously, that there are other traumatic experiences linked to those global megatrends that we mentioned, whether it's war, whether it's climate disruption, as very sadly we've experienced here in Spain and in Valencia in particular in recent days. So it's understandable that academic staff and professional staff within higher education are in difficult situations. So we need to think again, as senior leaders in higher education, what we can do to support everybody. We're in this complex environment of digital transformation. It's not easy, we know that, but there are enablers that we can build on. And some of the useful measures here, highlighted again by the DigiHE report, are peer exchange within the institution, so setting up the mechanisms for peer exchange, national or international training opportunities, such as those that we're offering in this this online format for the Union for the Mediterranean. Collection and analysis of institutional data, and again those reports that Pastora highlighted from organizations such as the International Universities Association, the European Universities Association, are all very, very valuable bodies for doing this collection of and analysis of data, and then exchanging and collaborating amongst rectors' conferences and university networks, and really the power of networking, learning what others are doing beyond your institution, that cannot be underestimated. So in conclusion, and I'm going to invite Pastora back to help us close the session before we then address your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah, and thank you all for the questions being raised. Just as a conclusion, just to remember that key factors when addressing this digital transformation are people, technology, the management, and also communication. And thank you, merci beaucoup, for following. We have many questions, Deborah, in here. So we've been trying to group them, and I will address them to both you and I, try to answer them all. We have half an hour, so I think we have plenty time enough to give an answer to them. And let me start with this idea of whole institution approach. There have been several questions here. Let me just phrase them for all of us. So one question reads that it's well known that a holistic management approach is necessary to overcome barriers like budget constraints, digital skills gap, and also resistance to change. How do you think that this should be addressed, avoiding slowing down the process of digital transformation? Do you want to start, Deborah, here, maybe?
Sorry, I was looking at the questions myself. The whole institution approach, and to avoid slowing down the digital transformation process. I think, given all the factors that we've seen, that I believe that we do need to take a step back, to take the time to think about where we're going, where we want to go, and why. So if it means taking a few months to get a good full vision of purpose, to build a strategy, then I don't think that I think that that's a valuable investment in terms of time. What we often see anyway within universities, that before the end of a particular strategic plan, which often has a duration of 4 to 5 years, already at the midpoint of that strategic plan, we're starting to think about the next plan. So it's not that there would be anything put on hold, but that second period of continuing to achieve the the objectives and the goals set by the first plan, but really using that time when you're building the second generation strategy to be fully critical of what is working, what isn't working, and to use that time to get people on board. Now, what we've also seen is that fully democratic approaches don't necessarily produce the best results, because what often happens is that the final strategy is either a patchwork of individual initiatives where everybody has their say. The IT department put this in, the Centre for Teaching and Learning puts this in, the learning designers put this in. So again, this is the responsibility of the senior leadership to establish the vision and establish the mechanisms where people feel heard, where people feel that they can trust what's going on, where they have their say. But at the end of the day, that overall coherence of the strategy is the responsibility of the senior leadership. So I think the whole institution approach, yes, but guided by a vision that is the responsibility of the senior leadership, and take the time. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Deborah. Yeah, taking time. That usually we're in a rush and we want to do everything, yeah, just overnight, but then we realize it's not possible. Here, probably also taking other learnings from other transversal issues that as university leaders want to also incorporate in our universities, and with this idea of the responsibility of senior leadership. If I can add here, maybe there's also always this strategy of combining the mainstreaming line, so the strategy across the whole institution, but then complemented with some concrete positive actions. And here I always include incentives as a recommendation in order to align all the different community boards in this alignment with the senior strategy. So the top-down and the bottom-up approach should be combined in order to make it successful. But yeah, I think is the million-dollar question probably here. There's another question related to this university leadership and the alignment, Deborah, in the chat, that were let me read it. How can university leadership align digital education strategies with institutional goals for academic excellence, inclusivity, and social impact in the Mediterranean region, especially economically challenged country? Any idea here how to align? Not easy.
It's not easy at all. It's another million-dollar question. I think underlying that question is the idea that we should align everything. I'm sorry, but that there is no. I think that the decision to align is already the first step, and then it's really making sure and circling back to everything that that you decide to do. I think having a very, very clear vision for teaching and learning is the starting point. I use the example of the University of Northampton in the UK, which I studied for my research, and so they had an overall strategic an overall strategy for the university, and then they said, we don't have a teaching and learning strategy, we have a plan, because the plan is aligned with the overarching strategy. And so I think that distinction, we don't have a digital strategy, we don't even have we have a kind of digital plan, but it's almost secondary to the teaching and learning plan, because we're looking at how the technology is supporting our teaching and learning plan, and how that supports the overall strategy. So that's where the question of alignment comes in. And then, of course, at strategic level, budget is going to be allocated to each of the different strands, and there are obviously again areas that will be supported more, supported less. You know, there is no such thing as a magic money tree, as we say. And I think again that process of first of all having the vision and then building the strategy to fit, and that is the work of governance and leadership.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, and also if I can add here, in my experience, also helping some other universities in this digital transformation, it depends a lot about the context where the university is. So not just the country, maybe the region, but also the mission of this university is extremely important, as you were mentioning previously, Deborah, how important it is to have a purpose there, not just being digital for being digital, but being digital with a mean there. And I think these are the kind of important questions when, as you were saying, slow down and decide how to plan this digital transformation. There are other questions here for you, Deborah, concerning the community, university community. So one is referring to the challenges. What are the challenges of university leaders that they are facing in fostering a culture of digital transformation and innovation and adoption among the faculty, the staff, and the students? So how could we as university leaders engage all these different university stakeholders here into this transition?
Okay, thank you, Pastora. That makes me think of all the different approaches to change management. This is something that I'm looking into more and more now. I remember being at a conference at the beginning of the year, and there was a lot of talk about change management. This is what we need to do, linking it to digital transformation. And I remember standing up in the audience and asking the presenters, who were mostly chief information officers from different universities, a big role in digital transformation. And I found that they took change management almost for granted, that there was, I was looking to find out exactly what they were doing in terms of change management, which change management approaches they were mobilizing, how it was working, and beyond information and training, I was a little bit, let's say, frustrated, which was one of the reasons why this is something I'm now looking into in much more detail. And there's some interesting approaches which take us from the idea of change management, which is often about overcoming resistance to change leadership, which is accompanying people again on this journey of digital transformation. And then coming back to how do we foster a culture of digital transformation? Again, it's linked to this question of building the shared understanding, building the shared vision. And again, from the examples of universities I know, and this links to what Pastora, you've just said about knowing why we are doing digital education, what is it for? There's a university which brought in a very, very innovative approach of blended learning for its on-campus students. The staff believed that the university was going to become a completely online university, like UOC. And so this was where something was missing in that change leadership process, because the teaching staff didn't have the same vision as the governors. And it took a lot of time to overcome that. So looking at different ways to embody this this change leadership aspect, and again to put behind us those deficit-based approaches of overcoming resistance to change, overcoming barriers. There are a couple of approaches that are promising. One is for anybody who might be a researcher in the social sciences listening in today, is an approach called appreciative inquiry, which is getting a group of people together to look at what is working well, and then to work to see how to reinforce that. And so that's an interesting approach that's being applied. Another one from perhaps a more centralized leadership perspective is using storytelling. Now, storytelling, I think, has to be taken with a few caveats, because we know how it can be misused in politics, for example. But if we frame it as a sense-making process, a sense-giving process, and maybe creating a narrative within the institution around digital transformation, and enabling different voices and different perspectives to be heard, then I think used widely in terms of sense making and sense giving, then storytelling perhaps has a role. There's some interesting initiatives also being done in that respect.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Deborah. So let's go deeper into the several stakeholders, because there are some questions there. And let's start with the leaders, okay? There's a question saying how to avoid the traditional institutional leadership, wherever traditional is, or another, who are the leaders in a distributed leadership? So for example, can a teacher be considered a leader? Should a senior leader in higher education have a background in research and teaching, or it could be someone specialized in leadership independently of where the experience comes from? What do you think about those leaders we need in order to make this transition work, Deborah?
Okay. These are fantastic questions, which have been asked in the research, and I think will never go away. I think it comes back to knowing about these different forms of leadership and aligning them to what we want, and also that question of time. So this is just a first angle, and then I'll come on to the specifics of the question. If you are in a position where you need to make rapid change, then probably you won't have the luxury of time to build up that distributed leadership approach. That's just one angle. Can a teacher be considered a leader? There's a lot of research that says that they can, in a particular setting. I think, again, it's not saying should somebody be or not be a leader. It's where is leadership taking place? Who and how are a group of people being accompanied on a journey to a particular goal? If in a classroom setting, the goal is to help the students to reach a particular result, then that's one way that you could say that leadership was taking place. But because we're talking about digital transformation here, and leadership is taking place everywhere. there are students who are coming up with ideas on how to use technology to resolve particular issues, who are then sharing it with others. And that is a form of leadership in itself. But we know that universities still have this very, very hierarchical organization. I see very, very few examples of where that is being challenged, although there are interesting examples where, for example, a university has thought very, very deeply about their identity. They are a research-intensive university. They're a massive university. They're a historic university. They have distributed campuses everywhere. And they began by setting up this very, very distributed model where they had, for example, the learning developers, the learning the technologists and the educational developers were all distributed throughout the different faculties, and they worked together at network level. They reported to brings in the hierarchy again, but they were working with a tandem of vice rectors, and I've seen this model being successful everywhere. So that question about whether you need to be a specialist in learning and teaching or a specialist in technology, some people are both, but when they're not, then these tandems of vice rectors working very, very closely together, one being more on the technology side and one being more on the learning and teaching side, those are successful models that I've seen. What was interesting about this particular university case was that the network structure was designed explicitly around a model of organizational learning. And so on the governance side, the two vice rectors really studied the question of what is a learning organization and used the research and the knowledge about that to set up the structures that they wanted. This was so successful that 4 years later, the people working in that network structure decided themselves that the best solution for the next period would be to re-centralize. But it wasn't the top governance who made that decision, it was the people on the ground, because the university had built up such maturity and trust with that network structure that the learning technologists and the manager of the Centre for Teaching and Learning were able to then recommend up to the formal governance that this is the best model for the coming period. So very nice example there.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. In fact, you already answered another question about this participatory approach of the governance, and again, still it depends a lot on the university purpose, also the context, and what's this digital transition for. So let's move to the teacher because there's a very nice and interesting question that always is raised when those transitions start to be thought or at least planned, and it's about the threat that this ICT incorporation or technology or digital incorporation to the pedagogical model, this threat to the teacher, that somehow sometimes confronts their professional identity and the traditional practices they've been using for many, many years. So how to deal with this individual change in the pedagogical model with and for teachers. Any clue on that, Deborah?
Are you sure you don't want to answer that one, Pastora?
I can. In fact, it's a very frequent questions whenever starting a process like this. In our case at the work, so we've been born digital, so we didn't have this question to be raised, but in other institutions, yes. And here again, there are several different strategies and actions to be put in place. But I think two important strategic ways of addressing this question. One is the senior leadership. If the rector doesn't believe in this transformation, nobody's going to move. I know that now again I'm talking about this hierarchy at the university, but yeah, it is there. So the senior leadership must take a role and must give an example in this digital transformation. But then also training for teachers and raising awareness, like in the webinars we are doing right now with the Union for the Mediterranean, is key, because sometimes this resistance to change is also made of not understanding properly what's going on, and also some internal fear that are very, very common and also very logical. After doing, after being a teacher for many, many years, and now you've been told that you should change the way you are proceeding. So my two recommendations would be in that sense, to raising awareness and also providing teaching to teachers in order to be more comfortable in this new scene and landscape. I don't know if you want to add anything else, Deborah, here.
Yeah, I could, because that's making me think as well, amongst the awareness raising issues that you mentioned. I think it's important to reassure teachers and to take the long view as well. If we go back to, what was it, 2012, which was the year of the MOOC, and people were saying at the time that MOOCs would be the end of the university as we know it, that everybody would be just studying online for free, nobody would want to go to university anymore. 12 years later, MOOCs still exist. They've found their place in the landscape, but universities are still here. And we are hearing so much hype now about artificial intelligence, which in fact is much more limited than what a lot of the claims are. So I think it's sitting down, looking at the past, looking at where we are, looking at how we're using digital technology in our daily lives, and then thinking very, very deeply about what it is to be human and what the role of the teacher is. Right now, I think that we do need to be very, very alert to these evolutions in technology, but we should be careful not to be carried away either by excessive optimism or by excessive pessimism. And I think it's only by participating in the training, practicing, exchanging between peers as well, that we can find the comfortable place with respect to our practices as teachers, and then to build that into some transformation strategy of taking it forward, again taking into account the very, very important ethical and human factors.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deborah. So there are some other questions about teachers in the chat, but as we are running out of time, not out of time, but we are approaching the end of our session, just to remember that there will be 2 other sessions, so in fact 2 other training workshops in 2 days in December, more focused in the teacher's perspective. So I will pass the question to my colleagues when exploring that part, because I think there are other reflections in the chat that are interesting to address now. One is coming back to this current trends of digital transformation in higher education. There's a very interesting remark from Morocco saying that, in fact, the COVID-19 health crisis played a big role in this transformation. And in this is something that we've experienced in other countries that were
I think I've lost you, Pastora, for a second.
The different okay, sorry, you missed me. So maybe I will give you the floor, Deborah, because I think I have weak internet quality, and then I will come back with this idea of, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, okay. So I will continue. This idea of how the COVID made a push there in the digital transformation, and indeed it happened, as we can read in the chat, in Morocco, also in Spain, and I'm sure that in other countries. What I was mentioning is that previous to in my previous comments is that what we were saying as university leaders, that digital transformation was important before the corona, maybe made us think that we were more prepared than we actually were. Because when we were imposed to adapt these technological solutions during the corona crisis, many challenges appear, revealing that these education systems in the world were not that well prepared to harness the potential of existing technologies, existing platforms to assure the maximum quality in the implementation. Now, 4 years after, I think we've learned some institutions and countries also have made this slow down movement that, Deborah, you were also mentioning. So here is an interesting question. Let me go back to that. Also, as digital transformation as an enable for a more flexible, let's say maybe more suitable higher education. So how digital transformation is also pushing for the transition for a more flexible practices, even delivery, not just delivery format, but delivery construction, not just beyond the degree. Micro-credentials are also mentioned in the chat. So let me just raise this idea of how can agility become a key driver for making education more flexible, more personalized, and even better suited in the challenges of the 21st century, and also addressing specifically micro-credentials. How could that be more meaningful and appreciated by the society? Because it's still something not very well known by employers and society. So how can we address from the university, but also from the society, and take the best of this digital transition in order to make a better higher education institution to provide the learning pathways we need as students, as employers, as employees, and as citizens. How do you think, Deborah, here?
Okay, thank you. So I think I have 2 minutes to talk about this. I think it's interesting that and in the question that it's framed in terms of micro credentials, which I think is a very, very useful concrete example, because the digitalization aspect comes in at many levels. When you think of what a digital credential is, it's the digital proof of learning. And a micro credential, again, the focus is on the term credential. So it's not necessarily the course, it is again the proof of learning from a short period of learning activity. And I think the potential in terms of micro-credentials is really to focus on competences rather than on a whole academic program. You can focus on a specific set of competences. In terms of getting these organized, getting these recognized by society, again, working together to co-design them, to co-design the learning, to co-design the actual certificate, digital certificate. And I see that we're running out of time. So people can contact me if they need to know any more about micro-credentials. And I know there's lots of initiatives going on as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deborah. Indeed, we are running, well, just on time now. But yeah, I am sure also these other trends and perspectives and formats of higher education right now will be also addressed in the webinars to come. So yeah, and we will be here just in order to answer as much questions as we can. So thank you very much, Deborah. Thank you all for following this session. Now we are going to have a 30-minute break and come back at 11 with another section on quality in higher education. But before just finishing this part, let me just remember that all the webinars will be shared with you, but also the guidebook we are producing with all these references, all this content, and also the takeaways will be also sent to you in order to continue learning more of this exciting world in the digital transition of higher education we are all embedded in. So thank you very much. 30 minutes break and come back at 11 in Spain. You will have the times in the slide that will be posted in this short break. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
Good morning. Thank you very much for attending this seminar on quality in digital higher education, the final session of this first series of seminars aimed at promoting digitalization in the Mediterranean. This session will be conducted by my colleague Maite Fernández Ferrer and myself. We are both faculty members in the Faculty of Psychology and Education Sciences at the UOC, and specifically, Maite and myself are very proud of being professors in the master's program in quality assurance in higher education, which has received excellence accreditation from the Spanish system. Okay, so I will start the presentation, the first part of the presentation, and then my colleague Maite will go on with the second part, and I will finish the session with the final part of it. Regarding the format of this webinar, it will follow a structure similar to the previous ones, and the topics we will cover, you will see on the screen. Specifically, we will address the following. We will begin by reflecting the concept of quality, a complex but essential topic, as it influences how quality evaluation is approached. Next, we will move on to quality assurance, reviewing the main concepts to establish a shared conceptual foundation, and we will examine quality assurance systems from a macro, a meso, and a micro perspectives. After that, we will provide an overview of the main international frameworks for digital learning quality assurance. Then, we will highlight some key international organizations and networks for quality assurance. So let's move to the next. And first, I would like to talk about something that's both central and yet incredibly challenging to define. Quality, and more specifically, the concept of quality in education. In nearly every profession, including education, quality is both an aspiration and a benchmark. We all have a sense of what it means, but when we ask to define it, we often struggle. To frame the discussion, let's consider a quote from Robert Piesing, and I will read just a piece of it, that says, quality, you know what it is, yet you don't know what it is. Some things are better than others, but when you try to say what the quality is, it all goes poof. But for all practical purposes, it really does exist. What else are the grades based on? What the hell is quality? What it is? This paradox encapsulates the challenge we face. Quality is fundamental to our work, but it's frustratingly elusive as a concept. Let's explore some key reasons why defining quality in education is so complex. Quality is not a single or clear-cut concept. Rather, it's complex and often ambiguous. It can refer to our products' durability, a service reliability, or even the outcomes of an educational program. In education, quality encompasses a wide range of factors, from students' achievement and teacher effectiveness to institutional infrastructure and learning environments, among others. Each factor is interdependent, adding layers to the definition of what quality actually is. In practice, this means that when we try to evaluate the quality of an educational institution or program or whatever, we often find ourselves balancing diverse elements that don't always align perfectly. For instance, a school with high academic performance might lack inclusivity or mental health support or whatever, raising questions about whether it truly embodies educational quality. Quality is also a multidimensional concept, which adds to its complexity. Different stakeholders, students, teachers, administrators, parents, policymakers, whatever, each of them have their own perspectives of what quality means. For a teachers, for instance, quality might mean the availability of resources to support instruction, whereas for students, perhaps it could mean engaging learning experience and fair assessment. Quality is not a fixed attribute. It's relative and highly context dependent, and this is very important in our seminars, in our context of these seminars. What counts as quality is one context might not hold the same value in another. In education, the quality of learning can depend heavily on the cultural context of the institution and or of the region. Quality is often seen through a subjective lens. This is one of the most challenging aspects of defining quality. Quality in education can be perceived differently by each individual based on personal values, experiences, and expectations. For example, a student may perceive high-quality education as one that supports creativity, critical thinking, while another may see it as one that prepares them directly for the workforce. In summary, quality in education is a complex, multidimensional, relative, and subjective concept. Quality may be elusive, but its pursuit remains central to the mission of education. Assuming everything we have said, we will review some of the most deeply rooted conceptions of quality in higher education. In higher education, different frameworks interpret quality in various ways, depending on the goals and values each university prioritizes. We will review 5 main approaches: quality as excellence, consistency, fitness for purpose, value for money, and as transformation. The first conception is quality as excellence. In this view, quality is synonymous with exceptional standards and outstanding performance. Universities that adopt these perspectives strive to be leaders in their field, often setting benchmarks for others to follow. This approach is commonly associated with prestigious universities recognized for their rigorous academic programs and distinguished faculty. Here, the focus is on academic achievements, high-impact research, and international recognition. For example, think of elite universities that consistently appear at the top of global rankings. Their reputation for excellence attracts students and sets standards for others to emulate. The second conception is quality as consistency. From this perspective, quality is about reliability and uniformity across all processes and outcomes. Its conceptions emphasizes the importance of maintaining high standards throughout the institution, ensuring that educational services are dependable and meet established criteria without significant variation. Institutions that prioritize consistency focus on quality control, guaranteeing that all students have a uniform educational experience, regardless of factors like campus location or class cohort, among others. For example, consider a university that offers the same high-quality teaching and resources across all its campuses, ensuring that each student receives a consistent education in terms of rigor and support. The third approach is quality as fitness for purpose. Here, quality is defined by how well an institution meets its state's goals and mission. These perspectives emphasize alignment between the institution's outcomes and its intended purpose. For example, think of a technical university that measures its quality by the employability of its graduates in specialized industries, reflecting how well it fulfills its mission. The fourth perspective is quality as value for money, where quality is evaluated in terms of cost effectiveness, and efficiency. This approach considers whether the resources invested in education, such as tuition fees and government funding, are optimally used to achieve desired outcomes. Universities focus on value for money, strive to provide high-quality education at a reasonable cost, ensuring that the students and stakeholders in general receive a worldwide return on their investment. For example, public or private institutions seek to justify the tuition fees they charge by ensuring students receive valuable student education for the cost. Finally, we have quality as transformation, a perspective that emphasizes the impact of education on students and society. This approach focuses on personal and intellectual growth to transform students' lives by developing their knowledge, skills, and critical thinking abilities, among other things. These institutions that adopt this view prioritize the holistic development of students, preparing them to make meaningful contributions to society. For example, universities that incorporate formative experience and curricula designed to foster critical thinking, social awareness, and global citizenship, aiming to shape not just skilled professionals, but also individuals who can positively impact their communities. To conclude, I would like to invite all of you to reflect on which of these conceptions most aligns with you or with your own institutions, universities, or educational context. It's also worth noting that in practice, many universities adopt a combination of these approaches to meet the diverse expectations of students, faculty, and society. And now I give the floor to my colleague Maite that will go on with the presentation. Maite, when you want.
Thank you very much, Nati, for your introduction. So after that, how can we ensure the quality of education? We will start by looking at the higher education system from a macro level perspective to understand its territorial reach and the key stakeholders involved. And then we will focus on the meso level, considering the impact on institutions and their leadership. And finally, we will zoom in on the micro level perspective, looking at how this affects programs, courses, teachers, and of course, students. So what do we need to know before starting? First, I would like to talk about the structure of quality frameworks. So these frameworks are organized around dimensions, standards, and indicators. This help us see the main area of focus, the goals to reach, and how we can evaluate or ensure the progress. So, for example, dimensions are the broad areas that we focus on to ensure quality. You can think of them as categories like student support, teaching quality, or institutional resources. Then we have within each dimension the standards, which are like the specific goals we aim to achieve. For example, if we talk about the standard in teaching quality, this might be that instructors use up-to-date methods to engage students. And to see if we are meeting these standards, we use indicators. No, indicators are like the concrete elements we can measure or observe, such as student feedback scores or completion rates, among others. And finally, we gather evidence to show that we are meeting each standard. Evidence could include like survey results, reports, or even example of some student works. So while there are common types of evidence used, it's true that each institution can choose what is best or what best shows its alignment with these standards. And among that, it's important to note that, as we were saying at the beginning, this framework can guide us on different levels, whether at the macro level, looking at the institution as a whole, or the micro level, focusing on specific courses. So in both cases, they help ensure we are meeting the quality benchmarks that improve educational outcomes. If we talk about macro level perspective, we have to remember, as we have been saying in this kind of sessions, that the main goal of quality assurance in higher education is to make sure that institutions deliver high quality education and meet like commonly accepted standards. So international frameworks for quality assurance help standardize and ensure the quality of academic programs and institutions across countries. So they provide guidelines and benchmarks that allow us to assess whether institutions meet expected standards in areas like we were saying before, teaching, research, and student support, for example. So most countries rely on international quality frameworks as a core reference in their own quality regulation. And this approach has clear benefits, like, for example, making easier for students and teachers to move between countries. No, this is an important factor for quality in both education and academic collaboration. We have to take into account that with the fast growth of cross-border education, quality in higher education is increasingly seen as a shared responsibility, one that extends beyond national borders and even regional higher educational areas. So these frameworks help ensure that students receive a high quality education no matter where they study, while supporting institutions in continually improving their programs. In this slide, you can find a map that shows some examples. So for instance, within the European higher education area, member countries have agreed to follow the European standards and guidelines, or ESG, which were developed by the European Network for Quality Assurance, that is ENQA. Because ENQA members created these guidelines together, there is like a strong alignment on them. However, it's true that each country tailors the ESG to fit its specific context, no? Taking into account factors like politics, economics, or national priorities. And as a result, we could say that each country has its own set of regulations, but they are outlined in guidelines and systems for monitoring and control. In Latin America, for example, quality assurance is usually managed at a national level. For example, in Brazil, there is the National Institute of Educational Studies and Research that oversees the quality of higher education. And it happens similarly in Asia, where countries like Japan or India have their own quality assurance agencies. Japan has the National Institution for Academic Degrees and Quality Enhancements of Higher Education, while India has the National Board of Accreditation. So both of which play key roles in ensuring educational standards. So in some higher education areas, we can say that countries aren't required to follow common guidelines, but doing so often benefits institutions and provides strong motivation for adopting these standards. And finally, there are also global efforts to harmonize quality assurance practices. No? We have organizations like UNESCO and the OECD that are working on guidelines to help countries align their quality assurance processes. This alignment helps with the international recognition of students' qualifications, for example. And now let's talk about meso-level perspective. So when universities set up their own criteria to guarantee quality in their educational services, they need to follow their country regulation. As we have mentioned, some countries have mandatory quality systems in place, but others don't. And sometimes this obligation only applies to certain programs like undergraduate degrees, but not to the other programs like master programs. So now when there's no national requirement to accredit program quality, or even when institution was to strengthen their reputation, they often turn to respected accreditation agencies in other countries. And this approach serves to two main purposes. First of all, they do that because they can fill these gaps in the state accreditation. So as we were saying, in some countries, there may not be a strong national accreditation system in place. So institutions look to international frameworks and accreditations like ENCA in Europe to show they meet high standards. No? This way they can compensate for any gaps in national systems. Or other reason is to gain international recognition. So many institutions want their degrees to be recognized outside their home country. And by following international respected frameworks, they can earn prestigious accreditations that are recognized worldwide. And this helps ensure that their qualifications are accepted by employers and by other universities abroad. And it makes them more attractive to international students. And then I would like to talk about this meso-level perspective. No, what are the main goals of university accreditation? No, if we have to talk about that, I would like to ask why the universities go through these accreditation processes. So we will break it down into some key objectives. First, accreditation helps ensure the quality of programs. So universities aim to meet the skill levels and criteria set by their country's regulations, which assures students, employers, and other stakeholders that the program meets national standards. Accreditation also provides reliable information. So people using the university system, which are students, parents, employers, can make informed decisions based on trusted data. It also strengthens the internal processes. So by following accreditation standards, universities continuously improve the quality of their programs and services. But in today's world, where change is constant, and specifically with digital transformation, growing competition, globalization, there are also other important goals that come into play. So one goal is to integrate continuous improvement, where the idea of digital is included in the institution's strategy. It's about not just meeting quality standards, but continuously adapting and enhancing them with a digital mindset. Another goal is to improve how the universities is seen from the outside. So accreditation strengthens the institution position in the academic world and support its international growth. And finally, accreditation allows university to showcase their unique strengths. It's like a way to highlight what sets them apart and share that with the broader academic community and the world. And then we will talk about this micro-level perspective. When we talk about the micro-level perspective, we are really focusing on ensuring quality within individual courses or subjects. This approach is crucial because it ensures that quality standards aren't just applied at the program or institutional level, but they are also reached down into the classroom. So by looking closely at the quality of individual courses, institutions can better meet the specific needs and goals of each one of the courses, which helps improve the overall learning experience for students. So in session 2.4 in December, we will dive deeper into the quality of online learning courses, specifically and especially at both the meso and the micro levels. And we will discuss why it's so important to foster a culture of quality within our educational institutions, because this culture is vital to ensuring that our quality assurance frameworks and processes truly work effectively. And then I would like to talk about the international frameworks for digital learning quality assurance. So let's talk about why these international frameworks that we were presenting before are so important. As we introduced, they help ensure that institutions not only comply with local regulations, but also uphold global standards of excellence in higher education. the principles that guide these standards are really fundamental. They shape not just the content of the frameworks, but also the role play in the overall process of ensuring quality. So we can say it's about creating a system that works well locally, while also aligning with other best practices from around the world. And here, we have specific models or frameworks for digital learning quality assurance. No, I would like to focus, or let's focus on two key examples of quality frameworks in online education. First, we have the 5 pillars of quality online education that was developed by the Online Learning Consortium. This framework breaks down quality into 5 pillars that you can see in the slide. We have learning effectiveness, scale, access, student satisfaction, and faculty satisfaction. Each pillar plays a critical role in defining what quality means in online education. For instance, learning effectiveness looks at how well students are achieving their learning objectives or learning outcomes. And student satisfaction, for example, focuses on how engaged and fulfilled learners feel in the course or during the courses. So this holistic approach within these 5 elements help institutions make sure they are giving a great educational experiences to everyone or to the students. And this model is highlighted in this presentation because it was one of the first frameworks to set a clear path for ensuring e-learning. It's a pioneering approach because it established, like I said, an essential guidelines that have influenced the development and the assessment of online education on a global scale. So by recognizing and addressing the unique challenges of e-learning, these 5 pillars played a crucial role in shaping quality standards and best practices that many institutions nowadays follow. So in conclusions, we could say that its global significance lies in its foundational contribution to ensuring that e-learning programs are effective, are accessible, and they are aligned with educational goals. And now I would like to talk, or let's talk about the e-excellence model. This one was created by the European Association of Distance Teaching University, which is IETO. And this framework is all about benchmarking the quality of online education. We highlight the e-excellence model because the UOC University was actively involved in its development, especially in the early stages. So this initiative demonstrates the commitment of institutions like our university to improve the quality of online education. So by contributing to this project, the work has helped shape quality standards that benefit the entire academic community across Europe. So together, these frameworks illustrate how various organizations are working to enhance quality in online learning, ensuring that students receive a valuable and effective educational experience. And now we can talk about more general models, no, for higher education quality. In this part, we are going to explore some general frameworks for quality assurance that aren't specifically designed for e-learning like the other ones, but still include criteria that are very relevant for digital learning. So these frameworks give us a broader context for understanding quality assurance while recognizing the unique aspects of online education. So by looking at these models, we can gain insights into how they adapt to the ever-changing landscape of digital learning and help ensure quality across various educational formats. Let's start with ENCA, which is in the left part of the slide. That is the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. While ENCA, it's true that it doesn't have a specific standard just for e-learning. Its broader European standards and guidelines for quality assurance in higher education do apply to e-learning programs. And some key aspects of these guidelines include student-centered learning, which means ensuring that e-learning is designed to meet the needs and expectations of students, allowing them the flexibility they need for their personal growth and process of learning. It also contemplates the learning outcomes. It's important to define clear and measurable outcomes for e-learning programs so everyone knows what they are aiming for. It also talks about assessment and feedback, establishing transparent and fair methods for evaluating or assessing student performance in an online setting, which is crucial for maintaining trust and integrity. And of course, it's crucial for student learning as well. And it also talks about quality of teaching and resources. It's important to know that we also need to monitor the effectiveness of online teaching methods and ensure that students and staff have access to sufficient resources, materials, etc. So these standards already incorporate aspects of online education, as you have seen, taking into account the use of technology, whether the model is traditional, hybrid, or fully online. And next, we have the INCAGE. It's the International Network for Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education. INCAGE promotes quality assurance practices globally. And as well, while it doesn't provide specific guidelines solely for e-learning, it guidelines, which is called good practice, offers like a flexible framework that can be adapted to e-learning context. Some important elements of these guidelines include institutional autonomy and accountability, which encourages institutions to take responsibility of the quality of their e-learning while still aligning with external quality standards. It contemplates as well student support, highlighting the importance of providing adequate support services for students engaged in online learning, which is essential for their success. And also contemplates continuous improvement, emphasizing this need for regular evaluation and ensuring and updates to e-learning courses to ensure they remain relevant and effective. So INCAGE provides a solid foundation that quality assurance agencies can adapt to evaluate the unique aspects of e-learning programs. And finally, we would also like to share other general models. So now let's dive into a couple more general models that play a significant role in quality assurance in higher education, particularly in distance and online education. First of all, we have the Council of Higher Education Accreditation, which is in the United States, and it's dedicated to promoting quality assurance standards for higher education, which includes distance and online education. And what's really important here is that CHEA collaborates with accreditation bodies to ensure that online programs meet the same quality standards as traditional face-to-face programs, which is really relevant. And this means that no matter how you are learning or no matter how the student is learning, whether it's in a classroom or online, you can expect a high standard of education. And now we can turn into the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And this organization has also addressed e-learning in its reports and guidelines. So it's true that while the OECD doesn't have a specific framework just for digital learning, as we have been saying in these examples, its general guidelines on quality in higher education have greatly impacted how universities create and assess their online programs. So this means that the OECD's advice help institutions carefully consider their online offerings and work towards constant improvements. So as you can see, both CHEA and the OECD play crucial roles in ensuring that quality standards are maintained across different models of education, reinforcing this idea that I was talking about, that quality should be a consistent priority regardless of how or where learning takes place, even it's face-to-face or online. And now I would like to place the word to Nati to continue with the presentation.
Sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Maite, for your explanation that fits very well with the next that we are talking about. Because plus to these international frameworks that Maite has explained, there are the international organizations that are behind them and the networks for quality assurance, the international networks for quality assurance. And this is an useful element when trying to create and share quality, a shared quality landscape. So now we'll discuss the role of this international organization as organizations and the landscape they facilitate. These entities have become vital in setting global standards and promoting collaboration among higher education institutions, among universities, but not only, also among agencies and commissions, quality commissions all over the world, to enhance what? The credibility, competitiveness, and relevance of educational programs worldwide. Not only programs, but university services and research and whatever. All the things that universities do and share with society. What are international organizations? What are them and these networks? They are collaborative entities that focus on promoting, maintaining, and improving quality standards across educational institutions globally. Through these partnerships, universities can elevate their quality and ensure that their programs meet global benchmark. By aligning with these organizations, institutions make their programs and services and research more attractive and trustworthy to students, partners, and stakeholders in general across the world, not only in the specific region, but in a more wide territory. These organizations add immense value by fostering global collaboration, consistency, and innovation. They offer universities a platform for sharing best practices and improving quality assessment methodologies, what is very important, helping them to refine their educational offerings and reach levels of excellence. Additionally, being part of these networks or organizations provides institutions with recognition and credibility, which can attract more students, create opportunities for partnerships, and potentially lead to additional funding. The basic functions of these international organizations are the following. First, setting and harmonizing standards. One of their primary roles is to establish consistent quality benchmark that higher education institutions can adapt to maintain a recognizable level of quality across borders. This helps ensure that students and employers, among others, can trust the quality of education from different institutions worldwide. Quality assurance and accreditations would be another main function of these organizations. Many international organizations provide quality assurance and accreditation services, evaluating and certifying institutions, programs, research, and other educational services. I'm sorry, I think that you are not passing the slides. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So, as I was saying, many international organizations provide quality assurance and accreditation services, evaluating and certifying institutions, programs, research, and other educational services. Accreditation by a respected international organization can serve as a mark of quality that's recognized globally. Research and knowledge sharing. These organizations conduct research, share findings, and develop tools to support quality enhancement. By offering institutions access to the latest data and innovative practices, they enable institutions to stay updated and continuously improve their standards. Capacity building is another critical function. Through training, workshops, and professional development, international organizations can help universities, faculty, and administrators strengthen their internal quality assurance practices. That is a very crucial point to be done. Policy advocacy. Many of these organizations also advocate for policies that promote quality, equity, and accessibility in education on a global scale. Their efforts can influence national and international policies, and this is also a very important issue, ultimately fostering environments that support high-quality education. Facilitating international collaboration. Lastly, they create networking opportunities among higher education institutions, encouraging partnerships, joint research projects, and academic exchanges. This collaboration enhances learning environments and allows institutions to share resources, ideas, and best practices. In conclusion, international organizations and networks are essential allies in the pursuit of quality in higher education. Their efforts to harmonize standards, provide quality assurance, and foster collaboration make them invaluable to institutions striving to be competitive, credible, and global relevant. By supporting universities with research, capacity building, and advocacy, they help shape a higher education landscape that's adaptable, innovative, and dedicated to continuous improvement. Let's see some specific example of some international organizations. Some of them, Maite has already explained the international framework they have built up, but I would like to highlight some characteristics. The first would be the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education that Maite have already mentioned, known as ENQA. And it is a key player in the quality assurance landscape in Europe. Its main mission is to promote European cooperation in quality assurance and to develop standards that enhance the quality of higher education across the continent. It supports member agencies, and this is crucial too for the states in Europe. And it supports them with resources and peer review mechanisms, etc. But ENQA also influences educational policies across Europe. And this is a very, very important issue, advocating for quality assurance practices that ensure consistent academic excellence. And this facilitates everything among the different states in the European continent. The next one would be the African and Malagasy Council of Higher Education, or CAMES. Focuses on promoting and harmonizing quality standards across higher education institutions in Africa, especially within Francophone countries. CAMES plays a crucial role ensuring consistent academic standards and credential recognition across member nations, which enhance regional mobility and credibility of African degrees. By setting accreditation benchmark and organizing capacity building programs, CAMES helps strengthen educational quality across a diverse landscape of universities. The next would be the Ibero-American Network for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. We call it RIACES, R-I-E-C-E-S. It connects quality assurance agencies from Latin America, Spain, and Portugal. It aims to foster collaboration and share best practices among member countries, which enhance the quality and comparability of higher education across the Ibero-American region. The next one would be the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network, or EAQAN. It is dedicated also to promoting and supporting quality assurance practices, but in East Africa. It offers a platform for higher education institutions to collaborate on quality standards, share good practices, and strengthen internal assessment methodologies. Through also training, knowledge sharing, and peer support, it helps institutions improve their educational offerings, making them more competitive and reliable in a global context. Finally, the International Network for Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education that Maite also mentioned before is a global network, and I would like to highlight this word, global network, that it means it's not for a specific region, but for an international landscape. So it connects quality assurance agencies worldwide, and it helps enhance the credibility and recognition of higher education institutions globally by facilitating quality assurance frameworks that are both adaptable and robust. Its global influence and support help institutions worldwide meet international expectations and promote cross-border educational collaboration. All these organizations play significant roles in enhancing the quality and the credibility of higher education in their respective regions or globally, as this last one, making them invaluable partners in the pursuit of academic excellence. So if you want to find out what the situation of higher education is in your country, I especially recommend I highly recommend this UNESCO resource, especially concerning on quality issues. Here, you will not only be able to understand the higher education policy and system characteristics of your country, but you will also be able to make comparisons between countries, which is sometimes very informative. Okay, let's move to identifying challenges and opportunities of quality assurance in the context of digital transformation in higher education. As we know, digital technologies are reshaping our traditional views on quality across teaching, research, and administration. While these digital shifts present remarkable opportunities to enhance access and personalized learning, it also brings critical challenges related to equity, technological literacy, and the responsible use of data. All my colleagues before have mentioned all these issues. In particular, I will focus on two key areas that represent both challenges and opportunities: dataification and the social dimension of higher education. If we move on, one of the most powerful aspects of digital transformation is dataification, or the ability to collect and analyze large amounts of institutional data and do something good with this. This presents both an opportunity and a challenge for quality assurance in higher education. Through datification, institutions can gather insights into student performance, engagement, and overall institutional effectiveness. Learning analytics and also academic analytics allow us to track how well students are progressing in their studies, identify at-risk students, and tailor interventions to improve outcomes. This can help institutions uphold quality by adapting programs to better meet students' needs. By analyzing data, institutions can also assess the effectiveness of their teaching methods, ensuring that quality standards are being met. However, the effectiveness of datification relies heavily on how well institutions can interpret and act on this data. While data analysis tools provide valuable insights, they are only as useful as the institution's ability to turn those insights into concrete improvements. This requires both data literacy and access to advanced data analysis tools. Without these skills, institutions may struggle to leverage data for enhancing quality, and the data itself may become overwhelming rather than useful. Furthermore, datification raises questions about data privacy and ethics. Institutions must ensure that data is collected and used responsibly, respecting everybody's privacy and adhering to ethical guidelines. The challenge here is to balance the potential and benefits of data-driven insights with the need to protect individual rights and maintain trust. The challenge and opportunity, too, would be the social dimension of higher education. This involves making higher education more inclusive, accessible, and reflective of society's diversity. Addressing the social dimension is also both an opportunity and a challenge for quality assurance processes. Quality assurance in higher education should ensure that programs and services in general are responsive to the diverse needs of society, incorporating a diversity, equity, and inclusion. The DEA approach strengthens this social dimension by creating a learning environment with all students, regardless of their background, have equal opportunities to succeed. Digital tools can play a significant role here by broadening access to education for underserved populations. Online programs, for example, allow students from remote disadvantaged areas to access high-quality education and benefit from flexible learning schedules. My colleagues that precede me have talked about this DEA approach. Additionally, digital solutions can improve transparency and feedback mechanisms, making it easier for institutions to adapt to social changes and needs. By using digital platforms to gather feedback, institutions can assess whether their programs meet diverse students' needs and identify any barriers to inclusion. Challenges with the social dimension are the other hand of this explanation. Maintaining a strong social dimension in digital age is challenging. Institutions must proactively work to ensure that digital initiatives don't unintentionally exclude certain groups. This involves addressing potential barriers such as limited digital literacy, lack of access to technology, and financial constraints that may affect underserved students disproportionately. Institutions need to integrate the DEA initiatives into their digital transformation strategies, actively removing these barriers and promoting inclusivity. Quality assurance can help by establishing benchmark for inclusivity and monitoring how well programs are serving diverse student populations. Yet, without a clear, sustained focus on the social dimension, there is a risk that digital transformation could further estrange inequalities instead of alleviating them. Okay, let's move to the last part of the presentation, that are conclusions. First of all, remember that quality is in higher education, is a complex, multifaceted, relative, subjective concept that may include not only excellence and consistency, but also fitness for purpose, value for money, and transformation. Recognizing these dimensions allows us to move beyond traditional metrics and focus on a more holistic view of what quality truly means. Aligning with international quality assurance frameworks is a vital step in this process. It helps institutions enhance global recognitions, ensure consistent standards, and facilitate the mobility of both students and also faculty. Additionally, continuous improvement is essential. By adopting strategies that integrate digital transformation, we not only improve educational outcomes, but also strengthen institutional reputation and foster resilience in a rapidly evolving landscape. Data analytics is a powerful tool and a strategy that supports this vision by enabling us to monitoring and refine educational outcomes continuously. Through both learning and academic analytics, we ensure our quality assurance processes are evidence-based, adaptive and responsive to the needs of our students. Moreover, inclusivity and equity are fundamental pillars of quality in education. By embedding DEA, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and leveraging digital tools, we can broaden access, support diverse student needs, and create a more supportive, inclusive environment for everyone. As we continue on this digital transformation journey, it's essential to see assurance not just as means of standardization that it is, but as a way to ensure that digital transformation is also inclusive, ethical, and responsive to the diverse needs of all students and society. Embracing both the opportunities and challenges of digital transformation enables us to build a higher education system that is accessible, equitable, and of the highest quality for everyone. So, thank you very much for your attention. And now I think it's time for questions and comments. Maite and I will try to answer them during the next half an hour, more or less. So let's see what are your insights and your question, and let's try to answer what we can.
Thank you very much, Nati, again for your presentation. Well, there were many questions and insights, and as Nati was saying, we will try to fill all of them. First of all, there was one comment that was saying that the teaching evaluation should not rely only on students, that the teaching should be analyzed from multiple perspectives. And yes, of course, you are absolutely right. Teaching evaluation should indeed consider various perspectives to get a well-rounded understanding of its effectiveness. No, so it's true that student satisfaction is important, and it's and it's relevant to assess that, but it's just one piece of the puzzle. So we have to look at other outcomes of student achievement, for example. No, this could involve assessing whether students are meeting the learning objectives of the course, or are they gaining knowledge or the skills of the course. And this could be done by examining their performance on assessments and their ability to apply what they have learned as well. So with that, you could have like a clear picture of teaching effectiveness. But as well, in addition, academic quality should be also assessed. No, this means evaluating the curriculum, the teaching methods used, and the resources, as we were talking about, that are provided. So we could ask ourselves, are the courses aligned with academic standards and best practices? And this could be also remarkable. And lastly, I think it's important that the viewpoints of various stakeholders, which is something that we have been talking about during all the presentation, no? Such as faculty members, administrators, and even employers. These stakeholders are essential as well, because faculty can provide insights into curriculum development and teaching methods that I was talking about, while administrators can highlight the institutional goals and the supportive structures, and employers as well can share their expectations on how well graduates are prepared for their workplaces or work forces. So by combining this feedback from students, from evaluating learning outcomes, assessing academic quality, consider the perspective of these stakeholders, we can really create a more comprehensive and accurate pictures of the teaching effectiveness that one of you was talking about. Then another question that we have had is how can digital education models be adapted to maintain high standards of quality assurance diverse across all the systems in the Mediterranean region? And it was a really interesting question, no? And I think we have to take into account some key strategies that we can apply on that. First of all, we have to think about contextualization, the contextualization of the models. No, educational institutions should adapt existing digital education frameworks to fit the specific context of their region, and this means recognizing the unique challenges and strengths of each country or region within the Mediterranean. No? For instance, a model that works well in technologically advanced country might need adjustments to be effective in areas with limited resources, for example. Another thing that we can take into account is the flexibility and scalability. No? Education models should be flexible enough to accommodate different levels of technology infrastructure, as I was saying, and this can involve offering a different range of options for course delivery, such as blended learning, where some components are delivered online while others are delivered face-to-face, and it can offer scalable solutions such as modular courses, can also help cater to various institutional capacities. Another thing that my colleague Nati Cabrera was talking about, it was the capacity building. No, it's true that it's really important and it's a key element to invest in training the educators. No, it's crucial, this professional development. No, this ensures that faculty members are equipped to use digital tools effectively and can create engaging, high quality online learning experience. No, and these collaborative training programs across institutions could be like a good example to foster shared best practices and innovation between different institutions in the Mediterranean. Another thing is the one that we were talking about today, which is the quality assurance framework. So it's important that we establish this quality assurance framework that are tailored to the digital context is essential. And this framework have to include these standards for online teaching, assessment methods, student support services, etc. Another thing is the one that I was talking about, like collaborative partnerships. No, this collaboration between institutions within the Mediterranean could enhance the sharing of resources, expertise, best practices, etc. Another thing that I would like to talk about, and it's something that we didn't mention today, it's the open educational resources, the OER. No, the use of them could help mitigate these resources disparities by providing free or low-cost educational materials or resources that can be adapted in your local context, and this can enhance the quality of education while reducing costs both for institutions and for students. Another thing is incorporating feedback mechanisms. So this continuous feedback from students, educators, stakeholders, it's like vital for engaging and improving and adapting digital education models. And another thing that we have to take into account is the focus on inclusivity. No, it's this ensuring that digital education is accessible to all students, all kinds of students, including these with disabilities or those from disadvantaged backgrounds. No, it's crucial for maintaining high quality. Institutions should implement inclusive practices in course designs and delivery to meet these diverse learner needs. Another question that it was mentioned during the section, it was how to improve the quality of teaching with the continued growth of students' numbers and the increase in the workload of teachers, which is really interesting because it's something that it happens a lot here as well in the UOC university. No? So improving the quality of teachers amid this growing number of students requires a multifaceted approach that balance these conflicting objectives, no? And some strategies could be the technology, no? Like implementing technology can help this streamline administrative task and enhance teaching effectiveness. We can talk about, for example, the learning management systems, LMS, that can automate grading, manage course materials, facilitate communication. No, so we can think about technology that allows students to focus more on instruction and on student engagement. No, so teachers can think about what really matters. Another thing that it's important is to adopt these blended learning models, no, which combines online and face-to-face instructions, which can help manage these larger class sizes. And this model could allow teachers to deliver content digitally while using in-person time for discussions, for activities, for personalized support, and you could, with that, improve the learning experience. Another thing could be these collaborative teaching models, no, that the literature talk about, which encourage collaborative teaching where two or more educators share the same responsibility in a classroom. So with this, you can reduce individual workload while maintaining the teaching quality. So this co-teaching allows for a divisions of labor, enable more personalized attention for students. Another thing could be like implemented data decision making, which is something that Nati was talking about in a macro level perspective, but in the classroom as well. You could use data analytics to track students' performance, and this could help teachers identify this area where students struggle more and tailor their instruction accordingly. No, this approach allowed more effective use of the classroom time and the resources. And I think as well, we always have to talk about feedback and assessment. No, I think it's important to think of the assessment as a learning strategy, no, and implement like a frequent formative assessment, which could help identify students' needs early on, allowing them for timely interventions. No, and this proactive approach can enhance learning outcomes and reduce the workload associated with end-of-term evaluations. So I think by integrating these kind of strategies, educational institutions could improve the quality of teaching despite these challenges that you were talking about, which is the growing student numbers and the increased teacher workloads. And another question, and then I will set the word to my colleague Nati Cabrera. You ask if it's really possible to reach a micro and macro high levels perspective when the meso level is deficient, which I think it's a really interesting question, no? And absolutely, it's essential to understand that levels of education, micro, meso, and macro, are interconnected, no? And it's important to think about that. If the meso level is lacking, like you were saying, it can hinder efforts at the micro and macro levels. So it really matters. For example, if a university doesn't have the right resources or support systems in place, which could be the meso level, teachers, it's true that may struggle to provide a high quality classroom experience, which is the micro level. And this can affect how the education system is perceived and operates as a whole, which is the macro level. So yes, of course, they are all interconnected, no? And this is like really important to know. I don't know if Nati Cabrera would like to add something about that.
Thank you, Maite. Well, I think we must go on because there are many questions arising. So thank you very much for your interest and your participation in this seminar and this specifically in this part of questions and answers. I'll try to answer some of them, and then Maite, if you want to go on, because they are arising, and we have many of them. I try to organize a little bit some of them. One is about what is the best practice in terms of frequency for measuring and certifying quality standards. Okay, this is a difficult question to answer because it depends, but the idea is not that to be required to measure each year or each 2 years, or to accreditate each 3 years, but to have an internal quality system that guarantees that you are always in charge of quality. So systems may be different from one institution to another, but this idea of continuous assessment of the quality of our services, our programs, is always on, is always a work in progress, always. At the UOC, we have a system where each program is evaluated by the director of the program and the teachers team each year through an internal report that analyzes all the data that we have in terms of student satisfaction, outcomes, and more other data than we have, learning analytics and also academic analytics. And this is very practical because all the people involved in the program are every year called to analyze how things are going, if the decisions we make last year were good decisions and we have improved the things we need to improve or not, or what is happening with the program. In terms of internal quality, I think each university can do what it wants. It's up to us to do it or not. Each year, it's 2 years or whatever. In terms of certification is another issue. Then you should see what is happening in your country. Is you have a quality agency or you have a region framework for accreditation on, and what is more interesting for you or compulsory for you to do. Another question is related to customers, and the question is which customer must we satisfy in terms of quality? Supervisory ministry, students, job market, etc. Knowing that needs are not always convergent and constant. Well, in terms of quality, educational institutions must strive to satisfy multiple stakeholders. It's the reason why quality is so difficult, because there are a lot of perspectives, there are a lot of needs and a lot of conceptions of what they want in terms of quality, each with distinct and sometimes divergent needs. It's true. So students are the primary beneficiaries and they expect a high quality education that is engaging, accessible, adaptable to their expectations, but perhaps they are also interested in certification, in opportunities for job insertion and so on. So ensuring student satisfaction should guarantee to provide them relevant content, skill building and support service, because it could be critical to maintain institutional reputation and retention rates. But they are not the only customers we have. We also have stakeholders that are employees. The job market is so important and need to be connected, but not at the end, at the very beginning. When you design a new offer, a new program, a new course, we should assure that it fits with job market needs and perspectives too, not only, but too. So this would be another customer we will try to satisfy. And ministries and regulatory bodies are our work. So we should know them, and because they are responsible for providing clear standards and assessments through the quality national agencies, we must follow these regulations and perhaps another regulations broader than in our state, in our region, could be also followed. Another question has to be with quality services. Yes, in some universities, the quality services are focused only on administrative aspects. Look at the quality aspects linked to teaching. How can they be effective, particularly with the development of online teaching? Well, yes, sure. I'm sure that this is happening, and not only in your university. But this is one issue that will be addressed in detail in the next sessions in December. So I invite you, I suggest you to attend these sessions where you will discover or learn more about how to assure the quality of these services, moreover than focuses on administrative aspects. Another question has to be with agencies in Africa. Is there any agency or quality accreditation organization, I guess, in Africa? Well, yes, they are. Africa has several agencies focusing on quality assurance and accreditation in higher education, both at regional and also at national levels. We already mentioned some of them in our presentations, like the African and Malagasy Council for Higher Education and the one for East African universities. There are more, like Association for the Development of Education in Africa and Network for Quality Assurance in Africa, Inter-University Council in Africa, and etc. What I highly recommend you is to review the UNESCO resource I will share with you in our presentation. That I think it can really help you to be situated in your country and to compare with other countries in your region or in another region that when you want to compare the situations from one to another. It is very useful, and I think that it can help you to have more specific information. Another question has to be, I'm going to read it. Do you think that evaluating the quality of distance learning is more effective than face-to-face? I don't know if it's more effective or easier, or what do you mean, but well, we'll go on. And evaluation of the question, more and more global frameworks are integrating distance learning and online learning within their regulatory learning frameworks for traditional learning, so not as separate entities. This means that the trend is to consider the quality of education, of higher education as a whole, without differentiating between face-to-face and distance learning, but considering the specifications of both formats or ways of distribute the learning, or deliver learning. Evaluating the quality of distance and online learning can be more complex, it's true, due to factors like connectivity issues, potential validity and fairness, and the influence of AI tools that perhaps makes this issue more challenging. But I think that face-to-face university have also these challenges. Distance learning quality can still be effectively assessed with robust digital assessment tools, proctoring software that offers tools to identify students, authoring, and so on, with an engagement, of course. For evaluating teaching, that is one of the issues of this question. For evaluating teaching quality by students, digital tools such as online service, real-time feedback platforms, and analytics on students' interaction are widely used, and they report to us quantitative data, very useful quantitative data. But another qualitative methods are also being used by universities and also by quality agencies in different regions, because they bring us more information about the reasons why things are happening. We can know what the students think about one element or another, if they're satisfied or not, and the amount of satisfaction in each element of the dimensions of the standards with quantitative data. But we cannot know why they are more satisfied or less satisfied, and the reasons why these things happen. So qualitative approach, qualitative data is also welcome to go more in deep in these issues. Well, I think I'm going to give the floor to Maite if she has prepared more answers. Thank you, Maite.
I would like to tell everybody that the session for final remarks has been moved up, and it will take place immediately, and there will be no 15 minutes break, okay? It will be like after that. Thank you very much. And then following up with the questions, there was another question that it was about this holistic approach, which is necessary. And it said like quality, inclusion, and equity are multidimensional, and can we do better with political, social, and cultural differences, especially in universities, because we have a large community of students? And I think this is a great question. I mean, addressing quality, inclusion, and equity in our universities is indeed a complex challenge here in UOC as well, especially given the diverse backgrounds of our students community, no? And how can we tackle it? First of all, adapting policies. We need to tailor our policies to meet these unique needs of our students. And this means being more flexible and responsive to different cultural, social, and political contexts. We should listen to students' feedback and involve them in the decision-making process. Another thing is these accessible support services, which we have in here in UOC. It's crucial to provide support services that are accessible to everyone. This includes offering mental health resources, academic counseling, and tutoring. So we need to ensure that all students know about these services and they feel comfortable using them. Another thing is these diverse teaching models, as we mentioned yesterday by our colleagues Lourdes and Marcelo. We can use diverse teaching models that recognize different roles and learning styles, no? And this means creating a classroom environment where all students feel valued and included, and allowing them to express themselves and participate fully. Another thing is this thing related to the community engagement. So we should promote that. We should encourage students to engage with each other and with the wider community. And this could also foster inclusion. This can be done through collaborative projects, through student organization, also through cultural events that celebrate diversity. Another thing should be like this continuous training of our staff, of our faculty members. So it's important finally to provide this ongoing training for our faculty, for our staff. So they need the skills to understand and address these diverse needs of our students and our population, which they need that. And by taking this holistic approach, we can create a university environment that truly values this quality, inclusion, and equity that you were talking about, ensuring that all students have the opportunity to thrive. And I think it's really important. So thank you very much for raising this important topic. I don't know, Nati, if you have something more to tell.
Well, there is another question about the teacher's workload. Mm-hmm. And the question is about how do we do this at the UOC? How do we determine the teaching load? Well, I would say, first of all, that it's always an issue and a challenge to calculate the workload of teachers in online education, but also the workload for students, because there are differences between us, between people, and it's not a question of a formulation of this and this and this and that is. So we can talk about different things that you can have in mind when calculating this teaching load and considering an online framework, and considering what our colleagues Marcelo and Lourdes said yesterday about what teaching means in an online environment. Unlike traditional in-person teaching, online instruction often involves more detailed individual feedback, continuous interaction in virtual classrooms, the need of have everything already designed, the course, the activities, the assessment, all the resources, and ongoing engagement in digital learning environments that requires a lot of dedication for students. Teaching load at the UOC is therefore typically adjusted to the balance to these factors, ensuring that faculty can provide high quality personalized support to students, but that they can also do this previous work that is very heavy and it's very important. All the design, all the planification before starting the course, then the course, and all this guiding, all this personalized support to students, and then all the assessment during the process, at the end of the process, and so on. So additionally to this, it must be considered the course type. There are big differences between a course of mathematics and a course of ethics or a course of whatever. The number of credits of each course, the student enrollment numbers, and also the specific pedagogical model used in each program. I would say that these are the main factors that have been considered when trying to calculate the teaching load. And well, I don't know if there are more questions to be answered, but I think that we are arriving at the end of this session. So I don't know, Maite, if you have to add something more. If not,
yes, I'm afraid we are at the end of the session. We have lack of time, as we have said. Now we will follow with the remarks with our colleagues Lourdes Guardia and Marcelo Maina.
Yeah, very important. The final remarks will be providing just now for our colleagues, Maite and Lourdes and Marcelo. And remember that there will be 4 more seminars in December where you can go in deep with these questions of quality, more in a micro perspective that Maite mentioned before. So some of the questions that we cannot answer now will be answered in those seminars, I guess. So I invite you to attend to these seminars. And now I'll give the floor to our colleagues, Lourdes Guardia and Marcelo Maina, who will give you the final remarks of all the sessions that had in these 2 days. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for the participation. Thank you, Maite, also for
thank you very much.
And I hope to see you in December.
See you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. So thank you, Pastora, Deborah, Nati, and Maite for this wonderful morning with all your insights and presentation. And now let's highlight some key recommendations to wrap up the 4 sessions delivered over the past 2 days. Let me say that the numerous questions raised throughout the sessions reflect the strong engagement of the academic community in the Mediterranean region on addressing digital transformation in their institutions. So let's now summarize these insights in a clear and a comprehensive way. About the first session around educational models, we would like to highlight that ICT-based models enable flexible, accessible, and personalized learning with options that like blended, hybrid, and high-flex and online formats. Let me say that these models empower institutions to tailor their learning offerings, allowing for a customized educational experience. So through all these learning modalities, institutions can better accommodate the diverse needs of students, providing flexibility in location, scheduling, and pacing. And also this adaptability not only broadens access for non-traditional and remote learnings, but also promotes inclusivity by removing many of the physical and, let me say, logistical barriers to education. So in essence, the flexibility and accessibility offered by these models contribute to democratize education, so fostering an environment where learning opportunities are more equitable and universally available. Another remark is that digital learning fosters students' autonomy through self-paced activities, personalized pathways, and digital tools that support self-regulation. In this sense, we mean that digital environments enable personalized learning, granting students the freedom to choose their study pace and approach. And with self-paced activities and customized learning pathways, students gain independence and develop crucial self-regulation skills, becoming more engaged participants in their learning journey. So digital platforms that let students track their progress and set personal goals further promote this autonomy. Also, I could say that by nurturing time management and self-guidance, these digital environments equip students with skills for lifelong learning, extending their ability to manage their education well beyond formal academic settings. Another highlight is that integrating digital technology builds inclusive learning communities, enhancing collaboration and engagement for diverse student demographics. Regarding this idea, we can remark that digital technology empowers institutions to build inclusive and collaborative online environments where students from diverse backgrounds can connect meaningfully through tools like collaborative platforms, online discussion boards, virtual study groups, students engage in peer interaction, so foster supportive networks and experience a strong sense of community. So these digital spaces, let me say, that promote inclusivity by allowing students to collaborate and support one another, regardless of location or background, creating a welcoming and connected learning environment for all. About the second session around digital transformation, we would like to highlight that effective digital transformation requires a clear vision and a strategic leadership aligned with institutional goals for further readiness. So regarding this idea, effective digital transformation relies on a strong leadership and well-defined strategic vision. So leaders play a vital role in aligning digital initiatives with institutional goals, setting a purposeful direction that drives innovation and prepares the institution to adapt to future challenges. And we mean with that by establishing clear objectives for how technology will enhance teaching, research, and operational effectiveness, leadership ensures that digital transformation is integrated into the institution's mission. So, this alignment not only strengthens the institution's immediate impact, but also positions it for sustained success in a continually evolving educational landscape. Another highlight I would like to mention is that continuous adaptation of digital initiatives ensures they meet evolving educational needs and technological advancement. With this statement, we mean that digital transformation is a dynamic, ongoing process that requires institutions to consistently evaluate and refine their digital strategies. To stay relevant and effective, institutions must adapt to rapid technological advancement and evolving educational needs. Let me also say that regularly reassessing digital tools and processes allows them to address emerging challenges, such as incorporating AI-powered learning analytics or virtual reality simulation, just to mention some, which can enhance student engagement and enrich learning experiences. So this flexibility ensures that digital initiatives remain impactful and align with both current and future demands in education. Another idea and highlight is that training and support for faculty, staff, and students are essential to foster digital literacy and confidence in using technology. In this regard, let me say that robust training programs are essential to drive successful digital transformation across campus, providing continuous support and skill building opportunities empower faculty and staff and students to confidently engage with digital tools. And we mean with that this is why we need to fostering a culture of digital literacy and adaptability. Let me say that, for example, through workshops or digital literacy courses and readily available tech support, institutions build a tech-savvy community prepared to use technology in impactful, purposeful and ways. And this focus on digital competence integrate technology seamlessly into both academic and administrative practices, enhancing the institution's overall digital fluency and readiness. About the third session around leadership and management, we would like to highlight that strategic leadership is vital in digital transformation, enhancing student engagement, operational efficiency, and global competitiveness. So with this idea, we would like to highlight that this effective strategic leadership is essential for driving successful digital transformation. So leaders who prioritize digital initiatives can boost student engagement, streamline institutional process, and elevate global competitiveness, preparing the institution for future challenge. And by setting clear priorities, securing necessary resources, and articulating an inspiring vision, strong leaders align digital efforts with the institution's overarching goals. So this alignment ensures that technology adoption is purposeful, enhancing both engagement and operational efficiency while fostering a community that is ready to embrace ongoing digital change. Another highlight is addressing global trends like micro-credentials. Many questions rise about that. And the fourth industrial revolution, prepare institutions for lifelong learning demands. And what do we mean with this idea? So institutions must proactively respond to global trends like the growing emphasis on micro-credentials and the transformative impact of this industrial revolution. Adapting to these shifts enables institutions to better prepare students for lifelong learning and an evolving job market. By offering stackable, skills-focused courses and flexible credentialing options, institutions can equip graduates with the adaptability and continuous learning mindset essentials for today's agile workforce. Embracing these educational innovations positions institutions as forward-thinking leaders in preparing students for dynamic future-ready careers. As we mentioned, if you remember yesterday, these ideas framework that was elaborated by UOC goes also to this direction. Another highlight in leadership and management is a holistic management approach is necessary to overcome barriers like budget constraints, digital skill gaps, and resistance to change. So in this regard, achieving successful digital transformation demands an holistic management strategy that addresses common challenges, including financial constraints, skill gaps, and this resistance to change that we know that it's very high sometimes. This approach emphasizes transparent communication, cross-departmental collaboration, and strategic resource allocation to ensure sustainable long-term progress. A collaborative management model, let me say, that is vital, fostering open feedback channels, engaging diverse stakeholders in decision-making, and maintaining clear, consistent communication to align efforts institution-wide. And finally, let me say that this should be, by integrating these elements, institutions can establish resilient digital transformation strategies that effectively overcome key barriers and drive meaningful change. And finally, about the fourth session, quality in higher education, we would like to highlight that quality in higher education is multidimensional, encompassing excellence, consistency, fitness for purpose, and transformation. We mean with this idea that quality in higher education is a multifaceted concept encompassing excellence and this consistency and relevance to be transformative and impact. So as Nati and Maite already mentioned and answered your questions regarding also this main idea. And let me say that achieving true quality requires a balanced approach so that prioritize these elements to deliver an education that is not only rigorous and reliable, but also aligned with the evolving needs of student employers and society. So by embracing this multidimensional view, institutions can ensure that their programs are impactful, purpose-driven, and adaptable, providing value across academic, professional, and social contexts. Another highlight is the international frameworks such as ENQA and UNESCO that provide a structural guidance for quality assurance across digital education, as we have seen very recently. So in this sense, these international quality assurance frameworks, we can say that we provide essential guidelines that help institutions create standardized, credible approaches to digital education. This framework ensures this consistency across digital learning environments, enhancing global trust in educational offerings. So, additionally, leveraging also data analytics enables institutions to gain valuable insights into students' performance and learning outcomes. We take advantage of this, and this allows us to support continuous refinement of the programs. And also we can confirm that this data-driven decision-making enhances both the quality and effectiveness of educational experiences, allowing institutions to better meet the needs of students that uphold rigorous standards. We've seen yesterday, Marcelo show you some of these dashboards with this data that is supporting us as teachers to make decisions in terms of quality. And finally, the last highlight regarding quality in higher education is the quality assurance that operates on macro international standards, meso institutional policies, and micro classroom level perspectives. So this approach of quality assurance is enabling institutions to uphold high standards from global benchmarks down to everyday classroom practices. This layer approach ensures a cohesive commitment to educational excellence. As Nati mentioned, so she's leading this master degree in quality higher education that was accredited as an excellence program. So this is a best practice we can also show you as a good inspiration for your practices. So aligning international standards with institutional policies and on-the-ground teaching practices. And let me say that additionally, fostering an inclusive and equitable learning environment is essential by embedding diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and using digital tools for accessibility. Institutions can create a learning experience that truly meets the diverse needs of all students, regardless of their background or abilities, as I mentioned yesterday when I was talking about the profile of students that can be more diverse even when we are thinking about traditional universities. And now I give the floor to my colleague, Marcelo Maina, who is giving you some recommendations regarding also these four main topics.
Thank you very much, Lourdes. Yes, well, recommendations is a big responsibility. It was a little bit difficult, in fact, to stay with a controlled number of recommendations as we've been deepening in many subjects in these days. So we decided also to organize them according to these main four concepts that has been driving the webinars of these last 2 days. That is about educational models and modalities, about digital transformation, leadership and management, and quality in higher education. How we decided on how we would do that? Well, first of all, thinking what was more relevant in today's world, what is required in terms of digital transformation of our institution and the integration of digital learning in our institution. And the idea also is, driving idea was that we understand these recommendations toward flexible universities that not only focus on institutional change and inner change of our own universities, but also as their commitment towards a social change. And maintaining the university as a key agent in change and in driving society, contributing to well-being of everyone and the development, I mean, social and economic development of our countries. So this the idea and the concern we have as an institution today is to stay relevant in a very competitive world. They are not only competing with other universities or cooperating with them, I was saying yesterday, but also with all kind of educational offer all online. So we have to keep relevant based on quality, as we were mentioning, based on research and good teaching. So in terms of the educational models, we have also tried to stay in three main recommendations. Now we invite you to action. It shows to adopt diverse learning modalities. We showed them yesterday. We showed you yesterday in the first webinar different modalities we know about. First of all, face-to-face, but also blended, hybrid, online, fully online learning with different educational models that can be implemented. And probably the easier example is about how a fully online universities can be fully also asynchronous or synchronous, or combining both of them. The important thing here is that it aligns with the institutional strategy, the institutional, first of all, goal, ambition, and having clear each university that they may adopt these different modalities and different models accordingly, taking into account who are the target groups and what that we are trying to serve. So most universities today are not unimodal universities. Most of universities today has embraced from face-to-face to online, for example. Sorry, there's something sounding here in my apartment. The other thing is that we can establish a strategy of combining these modalities, and this is, I think, the best solution today for all institutions. The other one driving idea here in educational models in particular, is about empowering learners, empowering at the level of course level. I was mentioning Lourdes before, through a strategy and design to foster autonomy and self-regulated learning, but also on another view that we mentioned also today, that was about this idea of micro-credential, of disaggregating the educational offer. So we can support students in making informed choices of personal ones and professional choices for their own development. And of course, design inclusive learning environments to support collaboration, to support engagement, that support also access, equal access to distributed people around the geography and with different capacities. We will insist on that concept all the time. About the digital transformation dimension, we dedicated a whole webinar yesterday. We focalize now in prioritizing a strategic vision and leadership to align the digital initiative with institutional goals, always having mission goals as like the main input in the decision making of the digital transformation. This second point was about continually adapting the digital strategies, staying aligned with educational needs and advancement in technology. So these strategies must be always vigilant of what is happening in our society and how technology is evolving. And the third one is about investment in comprehensive training programs. We need to not only to incorporate technology, we were mentioning yesterday, not only incorporating technology, but helping our all stakeholders, including students, on how to do a better use of these technologies. That's why we have to develop their digital skills, but also as institution engaged with digital transformation in new literacies that are required, like the ones we mentioned yesterday, that was about artificial intelligence literacy and learning analytics literacies. Just to remind you, 3 main steps in digital transformation that was about understanding what it means, digital transformation, informed us as an institution what digital transformation is for us, taking into account these conceptual frameworks that are already available, like the GISC or the EDUCOS framework, that are quite comprehensive, that are conceptual and analytical framework of digital transformation. Then moving to a more diagnosis phase of seeing where we are actually in that process, self-assessing ourselves as an institution and establishing where we want to go. And there we have provided yesterday different tools like the maturity model offered by GISC that is coherent with the conceptual framework of digital transformation. And then, of course, is moving to action, planning and action, and establishing a robust roadmap with key actions and timely actions, and monitoring the whole process. In terms of leadership and management, these are the 2 last webinars of today. We have to develop institution agility to navigate what we understand as a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous context, to respond effectively to trends in challenges in higher education. Easy to say as a recommendation, more difficult to implement, let's say it. Second one is about focusing on creating an holistic management approach that includes collaboration, clear communication, and strategic resource management. And here we hear this morning about distributed leadership. This distributed leadership that recognizes others and the stakeholders are very important people providing value to the leadership of the institution. Recognizing that, being able also to delegate in this sense, and being confident about the group of people you're working with. And the final one is about the strengthening inclusive student engagement by offering flexible, accessible options suited to non-traditional and remote learners. But here I come back to what we said this morning in the presentation. I think it was Pastora at the very beginning, who was saying that non-traditional students were always traditionally looking for distance learning and online learning, but we know today the average age is less, and they are younger people, comfortable and feel comfortable studying online. So new generations are already part of this interest group of people and students who want to embark in digital learning. Finally, in terms of quality in higher education, as was mentioned, aligning your institution with international quality frameworks to enhance the credibility, global recognition, and something that is probably, I don't know, everywhere, but at least in Europe, important, the mobility of students and faculty, and understanding these international frameworks are the approach to quality assurance, not as the evaluation process only, but as a tool to enhance and improve our institution, the quality of our courses. Another of the items that we wanted to highlight here as a recommendation is the use of data analytics to monitor, assess, and improve educational outcomes, and not only of the learning experience, but the institution. And this comes with the necessity to develop in parallel development courses to support data literacy development of all the implicated in there. And as was mentioned before, Lourdes, we presented yesterday our case in our institution where we have a specific service within our institution that collect the data and present the data in a more digestible way. We have a specific dashboard according to different roles that we have, from academic analytics to learning analytics, that are more useful for teachers and students. And that comes also with the need to train people in how to understand, interpret data. That's why we're insisting on academic analytics and learning analytics courses for the development of how to better deal with this data and make meaning of this data. And finally, we insist again about the notion of promoting inclusivity by incorporating diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, so we can guarantee equal access to all. That this is our mission, I think, in every institution. And we presented yesterday also some principles that help design experiences and take decisions at the institutional level, or are the best technologies that support all this. We were talking about universal design for learning. That will be part of our webinar that will be more focused on these aspects in design of learning. So I want to end this inviting you all to participate in the next webinars that will be part of the training block 2 that will be held in December, and the 2nd and the 3rd of December. As you see, we will follow the same schedule that we applied in this first block. And the first session will be focusing on learning design models. Do not confuse with learning models and educational models that we were speaking yesterday. We're more specific to tool the teacher on how to design better experiences for the digital world. The second one will be more focused on digital teaching and learning transformation, the important role of the teacher and how it must adapt to this digital environment to do digital teaching effectively. And the other two will be dedicated, the first of one, to trends in technology and learning. We will explore learning analytics again more in detail. We will explore virtual reality or extended reality. And we will explore micro-credentials and, of course, artificial intelligence. And the last one will be on quality in online learning courses. We have a short introduction today with this classification of macro, meso, and micro levels of quality in e-learning. So the idea is to go deeper into this micro level of core designs, and it will be complementary of this idea of learning design models and teaching online. So you are all invited. These courses, of course, are always introductory because they are last 1 hour webinar. They're informative, providing you with best cases, best practices, and examples. So I hope we wait for you in December. See you soon, and thank you very much for being here till the end. It was a long morning, very intensive one. So thank you for being here, and see you in December.